Nothing about this stream is that intense. Relax. It's not that serious. Fucking Thunder Force soundtrack, dude. It's so good. Thank you to Adam Admar for the raid. How did Beard stream go? Hope stream went well. Also, thank you to Digineko, Fluffles, Raposa de Soul, Bleebid, Bleebade. Thank you for the follow. Alvi Ingen, thank you for the follow. I think this intro screen is from Gundam Wing for the SNES, I want to say. I don't recall. I would have to check my folder. It is? Okay, thank you. Thankfully, there's knowers. I'm not a knower. We have a frog race in the queue. Hit the frog button! Place your bets. Amidi Marusa. Thank you for the 27 whole years. Laugh Boy, thank you as well for the 3 whole years. Minus on hit, thank you for the 13 whole years. Were the 3 of you in cahoots? What was that? Old Red, thank you for the 32 whole years. I see what's going on here. You want a free emote from the train. I see what's going on. Mr. Radon is here. What do we got here? 37% on Froghorn Leghorn. I mean, it's such a strong frog name. 30% on presumably the returning champion from last stream, Hops McKenzie. Gekomon at 17, 16% on Beautiful Toad. Best of luck, everyone. Okay. Frogs 3 and 4 closest to the line. Frog number 2's also there. Beautiful Toad wins. I mean, at some point, all 4 of them were, like, right there at the line, just kind of sitting there. They all got there and just sat there. Discussion Salsa. Thank you for the 59 whole years. Alright, pay it out to Frog number 4, then. Soul Survivor. Thank you for the 54 whole years. Was at 235,000 new yen, given a 15 lucky winners. Congratulations, all 15 of you. My condolences, everybody else. Only 45 frogs remain. I cannot believe how quickly we've worked our way through the frog bracket. Hi, hello, everyone. Happy Chex calendar. What the fuck day is it? I woke up far too early in the day to know what day it is. It's Wednesday. Happy Wednesday, everyone. We're here to play some miscellaneous robot games. I don't know how to categorize these. They're very strange robot games. Happy Chex. Yeah, Chex calendar? Does Chex have a calendar? If I had purchased Chex Quest, which I guess you don't purchase because you just purchase the cereal and it's in there, can I get like a Chex Quest calendar? That'd be fucking sick. Love a good robot game. I would describe the following game that we are about to play, I would describe this as an auto battler. I would describe this as a game that we scarcely interact with. I would say that we make a few menu-based decisions, and then the game plays itself. We gotta look at Super Metal Crusher for the PC Engine today. Look at this fucking box art. 10 out of 10. Amiri Marusa gifted what? Gifted who? You can't do that. That's too many. That's illegal. Jesus Christ. That's so many subs. Thank you. What do you mean it's at level 9? You can't see this if you're watching it on YouTube. The Twitch hype train TM is at level 9. I don't think I've ever seen it that high. I'm going to try to maintain my composure. Anyway, we got to play Super Metal Crusher. All I know about this game is we have to allocate robot stats and then battle other robots. And then we just see if we win or not. I hear the game. Ah, there we are. Thank you so much, Amidi. Amidi Marusa. Noble Showman! I might not have said that right. Mr. X-Base as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yes, dude. Super Metal Crusher. Look at this guy. Hang on, I gotta drag the window. Drag the window so that I can see the chat. There we go. Push the run key. I've done it. I've pushed run. We've got the battle mode. We got the practice mode. It is to my understanding that this game is 1v1, but when you beat the 1v1 mode, you unlock a password to do the 2v2 mode. So maybe we'll try to do both. Maybe we'll try to get the full completion. Yeah, here we are. So first we have to choose our robot. Brad of Wales! Thank you for the 100 bits. Baig, Demirus, Type Walk, Marble, I'm a big fan. Well, I love this one. I love how scrunkly this guy is. This one's very strong. Don't look at his weapon. Don't look at it. Don't ask what a twinker is. Don't ask it. Don't worry about it. This guy's pretty awesome. Brutask.
Tanuki Bits.
Thank you for the 100 Tanuki bits.
In honor of this robot stream, let me be the first to say, best cheap AI viewers on Twitch.
Somebody shoot that guy. Is that a bot? I can't tell. I can't tell if you're real. It might be bait, I'm not sure. Dember, the Dex Wave. Gapson, the Moltex. Does have a cool sword. That's a real guy? Alright, I'll take your word for it. We got Jade, the Palser. Clade, the Varm. Spinkle? Why are all the weapons the funniest names I've ever heard? Alright, I gotta pick someone. I want to pick this guy for now. Machine Type 4. Here we are. Here's our stat screen.
The fact that the game is called Super Metal Crusher implies the fact there was a Metal Crusher before this game.
I don't believe that there was, but I do agree. So we're at 225 points. We have to allocate up to a maximum of 250. And these are all of our stats that we can allocate to. As far as I'm aware, I looked at the manual, which was in all Japanese. As far as my phone could discern, here are what the stats in this video game do. You have IQ, which affects... the manual says it helps the robot avoid taking unnecessary actions. The thinking shortens the time required to make decisions, so presumably it spends less time dawdling. Nature is basically bravery. If it's low, the robot allegedly will run away. And ferocity is like the opposite. It's the tendency to approach. We probably want to raise that a little bit. This is movement speed. Dexterity, I believe, is turning speed. Not too interested in turning speed. This is armor. The shield is apparently, the manual said, and I quote, the accuracy of the barrier will improve, which could mean anything. I have no idea what that means. Torque affects how much damage you take from contact. I think the more torque you have, the less contact damage you take. And then this is your energy tank. You need this for attacking, I suppose. There's oh, hang on, I have a chest. There's a thing. I got an emote. I got a cow emote. Very good.
Welcome to the fantasy zone. Get ready.
Captain Slumber, thank you for the follow. Target is weapon accuracy. Destructive is weapon damage. Attack range is obvious. Scanner is the enemy search radius. I don't exactly know what this means. Let's probably turn that down a little bit. And then this is like the weapon recharge time. So we probably want that to be really high. And we probably want him to be smart. Lower this a little bit. We don't need durability, that's coward shit. And then make them smart. There we go. I'm happy with that. And then we literally just, like, see if he wins or not. You have to beat every other robot to beat the game. You have to get a full clear. Demirus. So, we do not control this at all. This is an auto battler. You just allocate the stats and then they just go. My hands are off the controller right now. I'm glad that we seem to have picked one with a long-ranged weapon. Wait, they're bumping! There's bump combat! What's the PS1 programming game? You're thinking of Carnage Heart, which is a bit more advanced than what we're doing here. Don't worry, we'll get to Carnage Heart at some point. That's very... Whoa, what a reflect! Did you see that? There doesn't seem to be a timer. Yeah, no, this is robot battling. So basically the crux of this game is going to be figuring out which stats are important and which ones are not.
This could make for a good secondary frog race redeem.
Maybe, but it would accidentally take like 10 minutes sometimes. Both HP bars are about half. Yeah, in theory it could take a very long time. HP, I understand. CG is charge. I have no idea what FL is. They're nudging. Oh my goodness. It's for Florida, yeah. I like this little freeze ray we have. Oh yeah, it's probably fuel. Yeah. You're probably right. We do seem to have a fuel situation. Although we do have the life lead, which is pretty nice. They're bumping! Go, my son. Yes, dude! That's exactly how I trained you. That's how I raised you from day one to win battles like that. Look at him go. And that's basically the whole game. That's the whole game. So we gained 5 more points, and then we got another 5 bonus points. So I think that raises our max to 260? Adjust. Yeah, our maximum is 260 now. Yeah, he does have kind of a tired energy. Right, so durability should probably have been higher. What do we not need? Torque was contact damage. This was energy consumption, which is fascinating because we still managed to, like, almost run out. We probably need an even higher tank. Dexterity was turning speed. Maybe we turned down movement speed. We raised turning speed a bit. 21 for both Thinkum stats is pretty nice. Yeah, torque. I mean, if they're gonna be bumping a lot, maybe we need more torque. What if this game has like a dump stat? What if there's a dump stat? What if it's like ferocity? What if we don't need ferocity and we could spend all these points elsewhere? But I want to be ferocious, though. I have to be ferocious. There has to be a dump stat in here. Maybe it's attack range. Dump IQ. I think I'm fine with how we got it right now. We'll give it a go. Alright, who do we got next? Denver. He's a floaty boy. Oh my goodness, what was that? He's got like a spread shot that's fucked. Bump him. Yes, just run it. Walk his ass down, dude. Hey, wait a minute. He's bumping himself to death. Do you see that? It's because we have more torque. He bumped into us a bunch, and he's taking most of the damage from it. That's really funny. Wait, torque is the play, dude. We figured it out. It's the torque build. We need to raise our torque some more. He knows when to block. He's so smart. Yeah, is that what we gotta do? We gotta do torque. We gotta dump our, like, weapon stats. Clearly, it's the bump build. Hang on, this game's really funny. I'm already in love with this game. It's very silly. Adjust. Get me back in there. Maximum now 270. Torque!
Marry me with my money.
Oh wow, never thought there was a build for this obscure game that was actually named after me.
Thank you, Torque, for the $1 due. I gotta go max Torque. What do I not need? I'll tell you what I don't need. I don't need attack range. Attack range, that's for cowards. That's for zoners. I'm not interested. We don't need scanners either for that matter. There we go. And then I have 12 more points to spend. How about we go movement speed so that we can more effectively walk him down? This is good. I like what's happening here. We're adjusting to a melee build. Marble. I swear I've seen Marble in another game. He looks familiar. He's got a sprint shot! Get him! Go get him! Yes! Walk his ass down! Wait, I have to turn up his ferocity, don't I? I have to crank up his ferocity so he just walks in. Yeah. Okay, we know what to do. Yes, dude! Sometimes he gets a little confused. Don't bully my son, he's kinda stupid. Nice shot. Wait, he got some bumping in. I'm getting zoned out. Wait, the freeze! Yeah, there you go! If you're just tuning in, we're not controlling what's happening at all. This is an auto-battler. You literally just adjust your stats and then the game plays itself. We still got the life lead. Yes! You know what we need to do? We need to lower his charge time. That way he doesn't wait for his meter to charge back up before he fires again. We need him just to shoot one bullet and be like, oh fuck, that's all my bullets, time to start walking. He blocked it, but he still took damage. It's not going great, I admit. We need to raise his bravery. We need to make him more willing to just walk in. We can min-max this Meta Siege. All right, you got me. Meta Siege, thank you for the 10 whole years. You got me fair and square. Back to the drawing board. I think we did run out of fuel, yeah. Let's see. I think it's tank, right? Tank has to be our fuel gauge. You need to be more ferocious. I believe it's tank is our fuel gauge. Here, let's bump down our weapon strength. I need you to be more ferocious. Maybe I give you a little bit of shield. Hang on. Turn down your thinking. I don't need you to think so. Just stop. Actually, I need you to think. I don't need your IQ to be good. Charge, we probably don't need. Yeah, you're right. I like what's happening here. We're min-maxing a little bit. Will it actually work? Who the hell knows? Let's find out. You don't think? Me neither. Whiskey T Foxtrot, thank you for the 69 whole years. Very nice. Hang on, my son is so fast. Yes! He knows to bump him! He's not really good at avoiding the spread shot, though. That's not really his fault. You can't move diagonally in this. He did just walk straight into that one. Fuel no longer seems to be an issue, which is nice. Nice shot. Yeah, we gotta raise his, it wasn't ferocity, it was the one above ferocity we have to change, I think, so that he doesn't walk away. We need to pump up the, I think it was nature. We have to raise it so that he's more aggressive. But we've solved our fuel problems. That's progress. He can't seem to stop walking into spread shots. This is such a silly game. I'm emotionally attached to this robot. Yeah, spread shot seems like a pretty good weapon. I assume each robot has its own, like, unique projectile. I don't know if there's anything else that, like, changes between characters. So if anything is unbalanced about the game, it'd probably be that. It's nature. You need more nature, dude. Tell you what. Get rid of all this weapon shit. Don't need it. Here's what I need you to do. I need you to rush his ass down. All this bottom stuff, well, maybe scanner could be useful. All these bottom stats, just get them out of here. Don't care. Don't care. Get bumping. The barbarian build. I like what's happening here. Maybe one more point of thinking. Something like that. This is good. Let's try this again. I need you to just pretend you don't have a gun. There you go. That's more like it. Don't give him a damn second. He had him in a corner. He decided not to bump. Even when they bump us, it doesn't, like, seem to matter who initiates the bump. The damage is still dealt the same way. So as long as we're bumping more than we're being shot, we can probably win that way. On the other hand, spread shot's pretty good. He froze him and walked away. My son's a little stupid. That's more like it. Yeah, it's slapping the gun out of my son's hand. Who taught you about zoning? You put that gun down right now. There's no zoning in this fucking house. Was it Gary? No son of mine's gonna be a zoning character. Now, despite how many shots we've taken, it is still pretty even. Nice. We're probably gonna get shot here. He almost threaded the needle. But it's good. We can tell that we're on the right track. Like, we're getting there. We just have to figure out... we gotta optimize this a little bit. Progress is being made. Yeah, hit that instant air dash. Get me back in. Alright. What do we need? We need more stonks into... Tell you what. Pretend the gun doesn't exist. The gun doesn't exist. All this down here, don't worry about it. Become smarter, and then... be more ferocious. This is good. The classic balanced Dino build. There's gotta be a science to this. There has to be. Was it Simon? Chat room, I heard it was Simon the Digger's birthday today. You know, I just thought that was interesting to throw that out there. Okay, huge bump damage. It's brick shit house again. Always has been. He shot me and then walked up and got bumped. Yeah, in-game they're very blomby compared to that box art. Box art makes it look like a Gundam game. But they're much scrunklier. I believe it's fuel, yeah. We died once to running out of fuel. As long as we have maxed out fuel, it shouldn't be an issue. Nice shot. He doesn't capitalize on the freeze very well. We might need a character that's more conducive to bumping. Or we just, like, fish around for a character who's got a projectile we enjoy more. Hang on, we got there. I've spoken too soon. We got there. Alright, we got more points. We only got 5 points. 275? I think we probably go durability for the whole thing. Get rid of some of the fuel tank, because it didn't seem like we were in trouble of running out. And then put some of that into, like, ferocity. Something like that. I don't know if we want to have no scanner. I feel like that might effectively just make the robot blind. It's probably not wise. Why he Orpal? Gapson! Whoa! What is this orb? Whoa! It's gonna be hard to bump this guy. He's very fast. I like that he hit him one time. He's like, I think I proved my point. He just walks away. I think this was a hover type, yeah. A weapon like that's probably really effective in this game because the robots just kind of walk in whatever the fuck direction. So it seems pretty good to be able to fill the screen. Alright, I think we found the upper limit of the bump build. You cannot bump what you cannot catch. That's the main thing. And our speed is maxed out, I believe, or close to it. No, you don't have to program the robot. This game is not that advanced. This game is very much you just allocate your stats and then press the go button. And then God sorts out the rest. There is one game that's like what you're describing. Well, there's a few, actually, and we'll probably get around to most of them. There's one for the PC 98. Alright, I don't think bumping's gonna work, at least with this robot. Let's take a look at the other robots. Let's see if we can find, let's see if we can figure out who our favorite is. Let's go to clear. Give me back to the title screen. Hit him with the Twinker. One of the weapons did, or one of the robots did have a weapon called the Twinker, yeah. Which one was it? There's this guy. We got the Bamble. The Bamble, the Spinkle. None of these are words. We got Blazer, a Twinker. I kind of like this guy. This guy seems really cool. Wonder if weight matters? Maybe. Kind of want to pick this guy. This guy's super cool looking. Alright, we'll pick the Twinker. We'll give it a shot. Do we think that the Twinker is a melee weapon? Let's just give it a bunch of range. And then we know that tank is an issue. And we probably want faster charge time. And then you gotta go ferocity so that he's not a coward. And then you probably go like IQ for now. Something like that. We'll figure out the rest. We'll workshop it. We don't really know what our robot can do right now. Oh! Big laser beam. That's the Twinker. We need a guy with like an obnoxious like spread shot. We keep picking dudes with like a straight ahead weapon. Yeah, it is kind of bolts of both, yeah. I'm sure that it's a strong laser when you raise the, like, stats for it, but at the moment, I'm not impressed. That thing just bounces at complete random. Those are the kind of chaotic weapons we need to survive in this game. If you got anything in the hype train, yeah, it would have given you like an emote of some kind. Some of the hype train emotes are pretty good. Many of them are not. Some of them are pretty good. I don't know if Batter Up was a hype train emote. I'm a big fan of Batter Up. I've been using this one more lately. What's up, one roll? We got the life lead somehow. What a dodge. Juked it by standing completely still. That's true, I could get like a run of Slay the Spire going. This game is very hands-off. Alright, now, let's assume that this laser beam we have is extremely powerful. Let's assume that this laser beam, when we raise the destructive damage of it... Okay, target is supposed to be weapon accuracy, but I don't know what that could possibly entail when it goes in a straight line. So turn this down. Turn the destructive force of the laser up. Give me some more... Well, we need faster charge time, huh? How about we turn down our speed a little bit? Speed and dex, not interested. Give me a faster charge. Let's see. Attack range. I guess that's the speed at which he's willing to fire from, or the range he's willing to fire from. That doesn't really make sense to me, though, because it already goes full screen. So give me some more tank, and then go, like, thinking. Maybe. That seems right. Maybe? I don't know. No idea. There's definitely gotta be there's a secret sauce to this, I'm sure of it. But I've never played this before. So we're just trying things. We're gonna stumble upon the God strat at some point, don't you worry. Eventually we're gonna stumble upon the God strat. Goofy-ass boomerang. Nice shot. I seem to have more torque than you. Ever played the SD Gundam games? There is one SD Gundam game that's on my, like, more immediate to-do list. It's the one for the Virtual Boy. I would love to do a full playthrough of SD Gundam for the Virtual Boy. It looks really neat. It's like a full-on strategy RPG kind of thing. I did play, yeah, I played one of the DS ones. I played the DS SD Gundam game. The one that's basically like Dynasty Warriors for the DS. That game was sick. This is working. I don't know what I've done. I don't know what I did to win exactly. It just, like, worked. It certainly had nothing to do with my laser beam. And I didn't raise my torque that much. It just kind of won, and I'm not sure why. I did. That was during DS month. It was very cool. Let's see. Maybe you do need more target. One point of tank. How about we do put this into target then? How about we tone down the ferocity somewhat to about normal? Bump up the target some more. Turn this down and then turn these up. That seems right. Maybe lower charge to raise our thinking a little bit. I don't know. I have no idea. Just run it. Alright, now that we're going up against this guy, we're gonna get hit by every, like, ice ball. Okay, the laser did 2 pips of damage, though. Hang on, do you see the freeze stun lock he can do when he's got maxed out charge speed? Hang on, was there a strat there? He just taught me something. He taught me some very good tech. Did you see the loop that we could have been trapped in? I'm not impressed with this laser at the moment. N64 month. No, if you want your N64 fix, you gotta watch Mr. Radon. He's playing all the games. I do intend to stream Body Harvest at some point, though. What a block, dude! We really need a time limit on these matches. The criminal activity or the game? Listen, I'm not taking questions at this time. Yeah, I think the only way we're gonna be able to idiot-proof this playthrough is we're gonna have to pick a character with a wider ranged weapon. I don't think it's gonna work with a weapon that only goes in a straight line. I'm not seeing a world where that's gonna be possible. We're gonna get got by something at some point. Not the loop, not the freeze loop. Oh yeah, I guess he ran out of fuel. I guess that's one way to win. Well, there were sword dudes, weren't there? Are we gonna ban idiots from chatting? If I speak, I'm in big trouble. Let's see. Given that we almost ran out of fuel, we probably need a bigger tank. He hates us. Maybe we need more defense. I don't think we necessarily need more mobility. Move these down. Give me some more room. Let me make you just think good. Let me put your thinking at like max. The timeout build. I guess it'd be one way to win. You just have them run out of fuel first. You would need to survive for that long, though. I guess that's the tricky bit, depending on who you're up against. Jade. He's not green at all. Are they stupid? Homing missile? That seems like a problem. Hey, am I taking crazy pills, or does that seem abnormally good? Yeah, I think we maybe found the top tier. Even on block, that does damage. It doesn't look like he has a huge amount of defense. He is a speedy lad, although it's basically impossible to get away from these missiles. I'm curious about characters that have a sword-type weapon. I'm curious if there's actually, like, melee characters. Let's take a look. I'm not thrilled with the dual laser beam. Take me back to the title screen. We gotta find somebody we can beat this game with. Pig Hagar, true, true. This guy has a sword. He's got the Vax sword. This guy also has a sword. Both of them are walk type. He has 0 speed. Which guy was it? It was this guy, Jade. He has the Palser. That's a missile, apparently. Let's pick a guy with a sword. I'm curious what this means exactly. Does he actually, like, walk in to use it? Here's what you don't need. You don't need block. You don't need block. Block is coward shit. Here's what you do need. You need charge. That's really important so that you can attack as frequently as possible. You need ferocity so that you're not a coward. Wait, you need nature so you're not a coward. My mistake. You need both of these. And then you need a bigger fuel tank. And then I guess we're chill with that for now. And then let's just kind of see what happens, I guess. At the very least, we know which character we can fall back on. And it's the fucko with the missiles. If the game proves to be impossible... What is there? Just nudging? Ah, he's got like a flamethrower. Okay, both of them do. That's how swords work. It's like a sustained short-range beam as opposed to a bullet. Okay. I like it, I like it. Look at the shape of these lads. Look at how square they are. Nice block. Full screen block. When it hits, it's a lot of damage, though. Like, you can see that it's pretty absurd damage. Yeah, we've tried out a few characters. I've yet to figure out who I want to beat the game with. We've seen a few characters that are pretty absurd. This guy doesn't seem too bad. I think we need to raise his movement speed and we need to make him smarter. If we make him smarter and we make him faster, ideally he just walks in and he just, like, lights them up a lot. But that means we're gonna have to sacrifice some other stats. Here's what we don't need. We probably don't need these. Because these have to do with range, and it's a very short-ranged beam, so, like, who cares? What we do need... You need to be faster, and you need to be smarter. Something like that. Get rid of some of the scanner, make the weapon stronger. Maybe you don't need that much charge. Maybe we take some of the charge out, and then we go, like, maybe a little bit of defense, and then we do more power. Give it a shot. Gerald. Both of these look like they could be John box art. It's not a homing missile. We got a purple boy, we sure do. Look at the damage on that. Range on this character seems to be a dump stat, yeah. Okay, he's lighting them the fuck up, dude. Hang on, wait, this is a good one. I like this one. He's not gonna hit as often as, like, a guy with missiles, but every time he hits, it's gonna be a big deal. A little bit more. You don't need more charge. You don't need more charge. What you do probably need is you need even more movement speed. I need you to be fast as fuck, boy. Drop these even more. Drop the scanner. That gives me more wiggle room. Raise this. Raise Dex a little bit. Raise your nature so that you just approach more often. Something like this? Maybe we don't even need torque. Maybe we don't need torque with this guy, because we're not going to be getting bumped in too much. So those points we could maybe put, like, here. Yeah. Surprisingly complicated. For how little you have to interact with this game, it's still surprisingly complicated. Nice shot. Bro is rotating. What have we done? I don't know, we've programmed him wrong. He rotates now, that's what he does. Is he good? I don't think so. I don't know what we've done. We've allocated his stats in such a way that all he wants to do is spin. I mean, I guess it's fair. It looks like Dex has to be raised and not speed. The movement speed is nice, but it seems like he needs to turn better, not walk better. So hang on, let's go back to the drawing board. Swap this, swap speed with Dex so that you just turn faster. I don't know what I've done here. Up here, somehow I fucked his AI. Stop thinking so much. How about we put those into ferocity instead? Drop the torque a little bit, and instead of torque, put it into durability. Try that. We have a few dump stats. Can we finish the arcade ladder? I mean, he still spins, but he spins faster now. What's up, Nero Noir? What if it's the scanner? Oh, that could be. Yeah, maybe we need to increase the scanner. Maybe that's his, like, stage awareness of what's going on. Either way, we're getting cooked by this particular guy. It's like a 9-1 matchup so far. Still, he did more than he has last time. Let's raise his scanner. Maybe you're right. You might be right. We might need to make him see gooder. Alright, back to the drawing board again. Let's see here. Kill some of the decks. Get rid of some of the power. Give you more scanner. Keep the tank how it is. Lower some of the speed. Drop the torque even more. Not interested in torque right now. Raise the scanner. Not reset. Oh, that's fine. Maybe it is just stage awareness, yeah. I mean, according to the manual, or at least according to what my phone thinks the manual said, it said it expands the search radius of, like, where the enemy is. Now, what that actually means, I have no idea. Nice juke. Now, he does seem to be going for bumps a lot instead of attacking with his cool laser sword, which is a little bit of a problem because we have no torque. What's up, Rosie? We're trying to win a robot auto battler right now. At the moment, we've hit a little bit of a snag. There we go. Can we land more of those? Yeah, what you're looking at right now, we don't control in any way. All we do is choose what their stats are going to be, and then based on those stats, they do battle, and then, you know, hopefully they win. You can auto my battler? Can you say that on Twitch? There's a couple other auto battlers that I need to get around to streaming. I desperately need to stream Mega Man Battle Chip Challenge. I find that game extremely amusing. That one's gotta happen. Alright, let's see here. What if I just even you out a bit? What if I get rid of some of this movement? I give you your torque back. Frankly, I think he's thinking too much. We gotta get rid of some of that thinking that he's doing. What if I even you out somewhat? There we go. Now, instead of min-maxing, he's more well-rounded. We'll see if that makes any tangible difference. No, we just kind of get looped. It's a very hot jam, though. I like the music in this game. Yeah, the freeze, it reapplies. So in theory, that you can freeze them one time and then just kind of hit them over and over. But I don't know if there's any way to ensure that your robot will actually, like, do that, you know? Alright, we might need to try another character out. I'm no longer sold on this particular matchup. He's attacking nowhere in particular. He's too dumb. To be fair, though, he wasn't making any better decisions while his IQ was very high. But he was kind of stupid with high IQ as well. Alright, let's see who else we got in here. Low IQ? Dude, what if you could make a low IQ build work in this game? That would be awesome. Battle mode. Baxter, the Vax Sword, the Dex Wave, Moltex. I mean, this is the guy that we assume is probably the top tier on account of he has, like, nonsense homing missiles. What about this guy? What is the Varm? Let's give it a shot. We don't know anything about this. We don't know anything about this guy yet, so let's just kind of... There we go. We don't know what we're working with, so let's just raise everything a little bit. Yeah, some kind of robot craft. We're up against Missile Man immediately. That doesn't bode well. Bro's rotating. Oh! He is a crab. He's got like a crab claw. That doesn't seem too bad. It's interesting that it only fires one missile from the side, but when he shoots it vertically, it fires two. Yeah, homing missile seems really strong. If I had to assume, based, solely on what we've seen so far, I would have to assume that this homing missile character is probably the best in the game. Just because it's kind of... I mean, you can't really miss with it, can you? They can block it, certainly. Alright, we're probably going to run out of fuel before you run out of health. But now that we know what kind of weapon we're working with, I have a better idea of what we want. That's okay, that's fine. What we need to do is we need to lower his charge time, and we need to raise his speed so that he approaches more and just goes for that. And he's gonna need more of a fuel tank. So let's see here. You need faster charging. You need a bigger fuel tank. Get rid of some of this torque. Don't need this torque right now. You need to be faster. Get rid of some of this ferocity. You need to be a little bit faster. You need a bigger tank. Let's go like, something like that, maybe. What's IQ do? The manual claims it helps you avoid taking unnecessary action. Although I don't know what that entails at all. Okay, charge time has been massively cut down. Now we just need him to be smart enough to actually go for his silly crab claw, which he doesn't seem to be willing to do a lot of the time. That's more like it. Now, could I get you to just do that all the time? He's got the spirit, but he's not in the right... he's not in the right range. There you go. I need you to do that move constantly. Okay, he's figuring it out. Yeah, we need to figure out what stats make him just, like, rush in and do that move constantly. Because that's how a character like this would win. It would just be pure aggression. Easy clap. Okay, hang on. We got something here. Yes, this game's an auto battler. I only got 5 points. I only got 5 points. I got scammed. Where's my 10 points? That's okay. The only bit that you, the player, do is this right here. You choose your stats. That's it. Everything else is just purely up to the video game. I think it's gotta be nature and ferocity. Speed and dex is noise. Maybe you don't need to block so good. How about you have more movement? More ferocity. More nature. The Robo Sun raising game. We'll see how that goes. Gerald had the other missile? Yeah, he had the other missile attack. We have. It's been that kind of year, hasn't it? It's been a lot of board games. It's been a lot of, like, Raise Your Son Simulator. Hang on, this bump combat's really nice. Ah. Yes, dude! There's a few other ones we still have to do. We have to play Lil Monster. We gotta play Lil Monster for the Game Boy Color. What problem? What got auto-modded? You wrote the word friend slop. That's what got clapped. Now, that wasn't auto-mod going rogue. I actually did put the word slop into the auto-mod. Yeah, I'm not here for that bullshit. Let's see here. Whatever we're doing, it's working out. Hang on, I do have to allow the eggplant through. I don't know why eggplant gets caught. That's really funny, though. I gotta let that one in. Okay. We need maybe more IQ? I don't know, though. He's still bumping a lot. Maybe we need more torque, or maybe we just need more damage. Maybe we just go more damage. I think I like where we're at right now, because he's kind of making smart decisions, kind of. Now, all of this might go out the window the instant we go up against the first guy we picked with the freeze gun. That's what we tried. We tried using some dump stats, yeah. We've had mixed results with dump stats. Yeah, a game like this, it's very much about figuring out what stats are unimportant. That way you can optimize the things that do matter. Nice attempt. Nice try. Yeah, it's tough to make the robot do what you want. Although, as far as I'm aware, there's like a code in the game, or maybe it's just like it normally. You can manually control the robot via the Player 2 controller. I don't know if that's a normal function of the game or if you have to put in like a code to get that. But it's obviously not the intended way to play, so we're not going to do it. This game is largely about just praying your son is smart. It looks like we need faster charge time. It might be a debug feature, I couldn't tell you. I'm not worried about the fuel tank. Fuel tank is fine. There's a few things that we can adjust here. Let's see. Needs more bonk. Yeah, I agree. Let's kill some of these down here. Drop these to 10. I don't want to drop them too much because they might just, not even function anymore. Let's go ferocity. I assume this is just like their aggression stat, right? Presumably, the more ferocious they are, the more they actually approach to deal damage. Let's drop this to like 12, and then put this in thinking. Maybe kill a couple points of the fuel tank for a little bit more ferocity. Because if we're gonna lose, it's probably not gonna be the timeout. It's probably gonna be because either we died or they died. Ow. Bro is rotating. I think that's kind of true, Amity, but it's like kind of backwards. The manual said that if nature is low, the robot runs away. Now, on certain robots, that's probably great. You probably want certain like, you want the guy with homing missiles to run away, probably. We've dealt enormous damage. This is great. Whatever we've just done, it's worked out. He walked into it! That's sick! You can just bump him at this point. You just bump into him. Alright. It worked. We could dump one, yeah. Well, let's try. We could dump ferocity and see if he acts any, like, noticeably different. It did say that with low nature they run away, so I don't think we want to dump nature. Let's dump ferocity for a second and see what happens. Let's raise all these. These are important. Let's see what this does. More durability, I suppose. Let's see what having no ferocity does. There's gotta be a dump stat in here somewhere. We gotta find it. Dember. This is basically a live science experiment, yeah. I have not played this before the stream, so I got no fucking clue. We'll figure out how this game works together. I can't catch this guy, he's too fast. When we hit him, it does a shit ton of damage, though. Like, those life bars evened out pretty quick. What's up, Rally? What you're looking at right now, I am not controlling. The game plays itself. I think I really like Crabbot, yeah. He's pretty neat. You shouldn't be bumping because you have no torque. You don't have the torque for this. Whenever we land that, the damage is massive. Yeah, Denver's projectile is nice. Okay, so Ferocity, he really doesn't approach as much. I think we do need some of that. Hang on, let's go back over here. Big battle!
R.I.P. Crab Tank.
I'm pretty happy with how that went, to be honest. Like, it's promising. You don't need that much charge, for sure. You definitely don't need all that. Give me, like... Those can both be at 17. I want more destructive. Having low torque might be a problem if we're getting bumped into. Lower your dex a little bit, raise your torque back to the norm. Dump shield for durability. Let's see what dumping nature does. And then while we're doing that, raise this. I will not be utilizing manual control. I have no desire to game the system in that way. But yeah, it is a thing. He seems just as aimless. It seems like we need both of them for him to maneuver effectively. Because he just kind of ambles around at random. Yeah, having no nature would probably be preferable on certain robots. The guy with the homing missiles, you would almost certainly want to have no nature. That way he hangs back and just, like, shoots missiles from a mile away. That would probably be, like, the god strat. Because it's simultaneously a dump stat and the smart thing to do. So you get to save your points on other things. The melee weapons obviously struggle with the more mobile robots. At the same time, though, every time he does land his grippers, it does like a shit ton of damage. Yeah, I agree, Darkfang. We need both of them. What's up, recyclable Psy? That's fine. I mean, there's no game over in this game. You're allowed to just throw yourself at it. You're allowed to throw yourself at it until it works. Alright, let's see here. So you need nature. And you need ferocity. Get rid of some of this destructive. Get rid of a bunch of that. You need both of these, clearly. Torque is kind of whatever. Cut the torque, raise the tank. Let's put these all at 7. Maybe we can get some wiggle room to do other things. Let's raise these to like 27. And then go... probably thinking. Yeah, what happens when they have no IQ? They just explode immediately? That would be sick. He attacked at least. That's progress. It's better than spinning in circles, even if it didn't work. Now he's going for bumps when he doesn't have the torque to be bumping. That's not ideal. Dude, having a torque build on one of these, like, tank bots would be insane. Like the flying ones. Yeah, we have to find a way to just land more of those for sure. Oh yeah, no, this round for sure is not going well. But we're getting closer to, like, what we want out of this setup. Like, we've experimented a bit with nature and ferocity, and we know now how to, like, effectively make him rush down. It's these two. These are the rush down stats. Now it's just a matter of getting him to actually make smart decisions. Let's cut some of this. Try to make him smarter. Cut some of the shield, because he ain't blocking much. Raise your dex a bit. Eventually we'll stumble upon the sweet spot for this particular matchup. We just gotta mess around with it. Yeah, we gotta try that. Maybe we'll try having no IQ at some point. I have a feeling that's not gonna go very well, but... gotta try. Does rushing down require a high IQ? Don't... We can't start that narrative. All the Ken players will think that they're really, like... really smart. No, sadly, the melee attacks don't seem to get any longer with range. He's using his attack more, though, which is nice. Albeit not in situations where it actually connects. That's not really his fault, though. The other guy is just that damn fast. You don't play rushdown characters. I have a tendency to play a different kind of character in most of the games I play. Like in Marvel 3, Hagar is rushdown, obviously, but Beautiful Joe and Arthur, my other two characters, are pure zoning. In Street Fighter 5, I played Vega, who was like a long-range, neutral, footsies kind of character. And then in Street Fighter 6, I play Ken. It's really just who I liked the most conceptually, as opposed to preferring a certain style. Okay, let's see here. Let's make him a little stupider. Let's make him a little faster. And I need to make you a little bit tankier. We'll see if this does anything. We got a frog race to do as well. Let's do this and see where we're at. Now, obviously, the nuclear option is to just pick Missile Bot. Who do I play in Strive? Chip! I play Chip. I mean, in every Guilty Gear, I play Chip. And in Blaze Blue, I play Carl. In fucking Melty Blood, I play Honest Mids Michael. In Under Night, not that I play much Under Night, I played, who had Lizard Bro? Who was the guy that had the lizard? I think his name was Chaos, right? Yeah. I mean, I played Chaos because Chaos reminded me of Carl. And I also played Bang. By the time the more recent Under Nights came around, there were more characters that I wanted to play, but then I just never found time to play them. By the end of I call it the end of Blaze Blue, but, you know, by the end of Blaze Blue, I ended up playing Carl more than I was playing Bang, but for most of the early ones, I was playing Bang, too. So this is not going ideally. IQ seems important. Can you believe it? Who do I play in Rumblefish? I couldn't name one character in the Rumblefish. Not because I haven't played it, because I have. I just don't remember anyone's name. That's fine. Cut the durability. Raise the torque a bit because they're bumping a lot. Just make all these relatively... Do something like this. Raise the speed and dex. Who do I main in Chaos Code? That's a fake game that you made up. He says into the camera, knowing he's about to bait some people into being like, it's real, actually. You should play it. It's really cool. What does target do? That is allegedly the accuracy of weapon attacks. Wait a second. Maybe that's why he's doing it at weird times. Maybe he needs more target to actually, like... Hang on. Maybe this is why he's doing it, like, randomly. Who do I main in Monopoly? Thimble. I'm a Thimble main, and I'm not afraid to say it. Not the Thimble main slander. I don't even think current day Monopoly has Thimble. I think they got rid of that entire character. It's fucked up, dude. Disrespectful to Monopoly old heads. I love the idea. I love the idea of board game patch notes and board game players getting really furious that their mains have been nerfed. I need other hobbies to have FGC style discourse. Could you imagine how funny that would be? So more target didn't work at all. Run it back. We're currently at a brick wall. What if we tank all the target? What if we just tank that entire stat? Raise these a bit more. Just make you more aggressive. And then, I guess we spend the rest on, like, defense, maybe. Or maybe not defense. Maybe we go movement speed and dex. There's a magical stat spread that wins this matchup. We just have to find it. More defense is probably going to be important, given how frequently we get shot by the purple donuts of doom. Maybe we should pivot towards more of a defense build. Hear me out. Look at their fuel consumption. What if the play is to get them to run out of fuel instead of us depleting their life bar? What if our path to victory here is outlasting them rather than outfighting them? Yeah, I think we might be approaching this from the wrong angle here. Alright, we're probably not going to win this one, so we'll do the frog race after this, and then we're going to try we're going to go for fuel strats. We're going to see if we can make them run out of fuel instead of outright killing them. I mean, maybe that's what you have to do, because it's not like we can catch this guy. He's too fast. Especially with, like, a melee weapon, like the crab grip. The crab gripper, it's just not gonna... You're not gonna catch this guy with that weapon. So we need to adjust our tactics based on our opponent. I think you're right, Einzaki. I think we're expected to try and counterplay based on what's happening. And the fact that you're given infinite continues, you know, there's no game over in this, means they probably expect you to lose a lot. Now, before we get any further, we got a frog race to do. Place your bets. We're working it out. We're figuring out how this game works. Scott Steiner hates ducks. You take that back. You take that back. That's not true. Actually, that is true. I saw that promo where he said, I hate ducks, and then he hit the, like, inflatable duck or whatever. %39 on Scott Steiner. I'm not surprised. 25 on Cardboard Box, 19 on Returning Champion Beautiful Toad, 17 on the Frog Deluxe Remaster Collector's Edition. Best of luck, everyone! Frog number 1 has the early lead, trying to hold on to it, but everybody's caught up. They go to the line all at once! Beautiful Toad wins again. By maybe 1 or 2 frames, he just barely got there first. Scott Steiner had a golden name, which means that he's survived at least once. But he did not survive this time. Pay it out to Frog number 1. 395,000 new yen given to 14 lucky winners. Congratulations. I will never win anything. No, you gotta be... You gotta believe in yourself. You can do it. Anyway, congratulations / condolences. You're on a months-long losing streak? Fuck, dude. It's tough out here. I'm sorry, friend. Also, hi, hello, Cecily. How are things? We're here throwing ourselves at this robot auto-battler. if you didn't catch the start, basically the only interactivity in the game is this stat screen. We choose the stats that they go in with. So I think we're cutting mobility. I think we're cutting mobility and we're raising defense, and we probably need to raise torque too. If we want to lame them out, we need to lower their nature. Because we want him to be scared. We probably want more torque. Hal Kraus! Yeah, the stats are in English. Despite this being a Japan-only game, there's very little Japanese in it. It's only that top right corner, which I assume is like a small blurb as to what the stats mean. No points in ferocity, maybe, but like, we don't have many other places to put it, regardless. Put it in thinking, maybe. These are the three that, or these four are the four that matter for us at the moment. Let's see how that goes. Let's see how that goes. Damage, I don't think damage is gonna matter right now. Because I don't think we're gonna win by hitting the guy. I think the only way we win this fight is by simply having them run out of fuel before we do. Which means we need to be doing as little as possible, pretty much. Oh, you know what I should have did? I should have tanked his charge so that his weapon charged less frequently, so that he wouldn't spend his fuel on the crab claw. I should have tanked his charge on purpose so that he would do it less. Hang on, we're getting to the nitty-gritty of this. Okay, clearly mobility was still important. Because we're gonna take a lot of hits, not being able to dodge so good. So far, the rope-a-dope is kind of working, though. He has spent a lot of his fuel. We have more HP than they have fuel remaining. So, like, clearly this is working. Although, hilariously, we have the life lead right now, too. But I'm assuming that's purely on account of we maxed out our defense, yeah? So even when we do take hits, it's just not doing much. Maybe defense is the play. It seems to be working. Stop me if you've heard this one before. It seems like blocking might be pretty good. It seems like being able to reduce the amount of damage you take is kind of significant. Not to make like an earth-shattering revelation or anything. Okay, it worked out. And now we immediately discard what I just said and go back into offense. You got me fucked up. You got me confused with some other guy. You think I'm about to stick to this strat. You got me confused with some other fella. Keep the tank maxed out. Just to, you know, minimize the chance that we actually... minimize the chance that we die to fuel depletion. It's a pretty normal kind of a build. We'll see how this goes. It's the man with the freeze ray. Oh, there's pits? Can you actually fall in, or is it just like a thing that they have to walk around? Do you think there's ring outs in this? We have a new arena, we have new music playing. We've made it far enough in the tournament. It does have a Metal Gear to it, yeah. We need the rolling pin of doom. He's turning very slowly. We need more decks. You know, you could probably get away with having low speed but high decks. Some other guy.
Money.
I can't believe this. He just stole my thunder by copying my strat.
Thank you, some other guy. Life is in the exact same spot right now. We have a significant, like, fuel lead. So if he doesn't, like, kill me before his fuel runs out, he's in big trouble. That was a great hit. I think we try to go low speed but high dexterity. Maybe he doesn't need to physically move that fast, but he certainly needs to be able to turn fast. Whatever setup we got going on right now, it seems to be working. We got the life lead and the fuel lead. Alright, there's no ring outs. I'm sure of it. There's no way you can kill me before you run out of fuel. Alright, we got there. I think we figured it out. We have to play to our robot's strengths. 10 more points to spend? Huge. Adjust. Let's drop speed and raise dex to the maximum. That way you turn really good. Maybe you don't need that much speed. Maybe you're fine with like 10 speed. I would love if your claw dealt more damage. So maybe we put the rest in this. I think I like this how it is. Maybe some more torque could be nice. It's probably fine. I think we figured out what this robot does well. Look at us, we're halfway through. We're halfway through the arcade. Big! Is that how it works? You get the bonus if you win on your first attempt? I was wondering about the bonus points. That makes it a little easier to, like, snowball, I suppose. But it's probably not necessary. It's more of a win more. Save scum to get all the points? That's probably not super necessary. I don't think 5 extra points are going to change the world too much. Nice as they'd be to have, of course. Okay, having low speed, probably not ideal. We need to make our boy a little faster than we've made him. No, I don't think you can fall in the pit. I think the pits are fake. They simply exist to be walked around. Yeah, we need to be able to chase him a bit better. We're getting finessed. All right. Put a little bit of points into speed. I don't know what we're gonna drop. Maybe torque? Maybe we drop torque a little bit because it's not like he was bumping into us. Maybe we don't need 20 torque. Maybe we only need like 10 torque, and then we put it in speed. Drop the ferocity a little bit to get some more speed. Maybe this is fine. And then we just kind of hope he doesn't bump into us while we have 9 torque. Torque is the bump, like, the contact damage stat. The higher your torque, the less contact damage you take. So while it's low, I guess we're praying we don't get bumped into much. There we go. Now we shouldn't get outsped much. Oh, boomerang hits twice. Damn, the one claw attack almost evened out the life bars entirely. What's up, AJ? Yeah, thank you for thanking your gift subber. I mean, a meaty Marusa dropped like 50 gift subs is ridiculous. I'm very, very grateful. Thank you very much. Okay, this boomerang's a problem. We need to raise our defense, clearly. We can probably drop our fuel tank a bit. Our fuel consumption's not particularly high right now. This might be a guy to try and, like, rope-a-dope. Maybe we try and get this guy to fuel himself out. $32 tank. Let's pump these into defense. Let's see. Let's see how this goes. Let's see what happens if we just try to get him to... Let's see what happens if we try to... Because look at how frequently he shoots his boomerang, right? Every time he shoots, it costs him fuel, yeah? So... maybe he just bleeds himself out by going for boomerang? Look at how fast he's burning through his fuel by shooting. Like, maybe... it might be the tech. The tech might be to just... let him bleed to death. Here we go. Yeah, this is good. Hang on, is the strat in this game to do as little as possible? He's already spent half of his fuel. You know what's interesting? A lot of these robots do seem to have very defined weaknesses that you can build around. Despite the fact that the game itself is completely non-interactive. Yeah, seems like the more bulky we are, the more everything just works out. Which, I mean, it is a tank. It's like a crab tank. So maybe that should have been our first clue. So maybe we should build the tank like a tank. You do not control them at all. What you're looking at here, my hands are off the controller right now. This part plays itself. This game is very much an auto-battler. Okay. We smoked him out. There's more than one way to win. Alright, we have 290 total points. Right, fuck all that. Fuck all that noise. Go back into rushdown mode. I'm going full rushdown. You can't stop me. So the chance of this working is astronomically low. This is almost assuredly going to backfire on me. I'm sure of it. Whatever we've just done, I'm sure we're going to have to revert soon enough. Rasim. Ah, a flamethrower. Hang on, maybe it's good to be fast around this guy, though. Because if he's got, like, the flamethrower type weapon... Yeah, maybe we just don't want to be wherever he is. Now, granted, I did drop my fuel tank stat. So we're probably gonna run out of fuel before he does. Oh my god, the bonk? The bonk strats? I should have kept my fuel tank maxed out for sure. I've made a big mistake. He's going for contact damage when we lowered his torque by like 20 points. My son might be a little dumb. That's fine. Now, I'm liking the aggression we're seeing. The aggression is awesome. Hang on, maybe I can pivot to... If we don't adjust any of his other stats except the ones that have to do with the fuel tank and his, like, charge speed, maybe we can lower his charge to 0, that way he almost never goes for the claw attack, and then he just tries to bonk them to death. It's crazy enough to work. Lagon Bonbone! Thank you for the 74 whole years. Maybe we could pivot to an East build. But we need to max out our fuel tank, obviously, because having less than the maximum means you're always in danger of just running out. 27? Here's what you don't need. You don't need charge speed, because ideally you're just bumping, which means you need more torque, brother. You need more torque! Let's see. Fuck, these are all load-bearing. It's all load-bearing, lads. All of it. It's all load-bearing. Try that. Just hang on. Tank the shit down here. Why do I need destructive if you're bumping? Hang on. Don't be stupid. Put all these at 5. I don't know. Maybe you need a little bit. And then... Hang on. This is good. I like what's happening here. Something like that, maybe? Maybe. Ideally, he just goes for nudging as opposed to going for the claw attack. If you have maxed out torque, you need to just be bumping into the guy. Nudge him. Nudge him to death. Yes, dude. Ow. It's so much damage, though. Wait a minute, even with no, like, points into destructive, that still did, like, as much as the flamethrower did? That's more like it. On the other hand, maybe you can't really go for a bump build against a guy like this. Maybe, if we want to stay away from this guy to try and, like, force him to run out of fuel, maybe we drop his nature so that he turns into a coward. And then we kind of leverage that into getting him to run out of fuel. I have an idea. There's a high chance that it won't work, but I have an idea. He just rotated. I think cowardice might be the way against somebody with a weapon like that, especially since we don't have a long-ranged weapon of our own. We know that if you have low nature, you, like, run away, so maybe we use this to our advantage. Maybe we get them to just waste their shots, raise these a bit. Here, just get rid of all of your attacks. You don't need to attack right now. Here's what you need to do. You need to tank. Here we go. I mean, you don't really need ferocity. This is a nice build we got. This is very well balanced. I like what's happening. The dump stat's the bottom half of the screen. No, because that has to do with, like, his claw weapon. We need his claw damage to be good against some of these guys, but probably not this guy. Not a whole lot's getting done here. This is gonna be the longest one yet. Yeah, somehow we have a life lead. I guess it's because we have max torque, and he's just bumping him. He must also have a maxed out fuel tank with how little it's going down. Now he's not, I guess it's because we have ferocity points. He's not, like, running at them. We can't make him lame this out for the entire duration of his fuel gauge as much as I'd like to. I just don't think it's possible. He doesn't spend it enough. Like, the guy that was throwing the boomerang, he was, you know, extremely willing to spend all of his fuel gauge. I don't think that's quite going to work out here. Life bar is about even despite this from purely nudge damage. There's a few things that spend fuel. Walking around can drain it. Like, to some degree it goes down over time. I think I've seen it go down a tick while bringing a barrier up. Somehow we have a life lead. But if we get hit by, like, one flamethrower, it's going to even itself out pretty quick. Nice block. Somehow it's working out. Although, if we get hit by, like, a full duration of the flamethrower, even from the HP that we have, we might die outright. It does do about that much on a full connect. Nice. It's getting kind of intense. His fuel is getting pretty low. Nice shield. Shielded most of it. Alright, life gauge is about even. If we could bump him like one time from here, we might win. Oh, he went for it, but he didn't reach. Okay. I think maybe we lower his ferocity as well. See how that goes. Let's bring this down. Now, we don't really have anywhere to put it. Guess I'll put it in scanner. is a very interesting game. It doesn't look like he blocks the full thing with the barrier. Usually, like, some small part of it will get through. He's smart enough to bring it up in, like, on reaction to the flamethrower, though, which is nice. Just rotating in the corner. We're having a small dance party in the middle here. This is good. Is this neutral? Was this timer scam? There's nothing happening. The fuel gauges also are not moving. Yeah, I think they're stuck. Might be stuck right here. I don't know if the fuel gauges are actually moving right now. We may have gotten the game stuck. I'm gonna lean back in my chair. I'm just gonna lean back and bask in what I've done. I'm mad chillin', yeah. Let's see if there's a way to escape. I don't know if there's a way out. We might have to pull up the last password we used to get back to where we were. Might need someone to go through the VOD. Yeah, there's no timer. We might need someone to go figure out this password. Do we stick this in the top left? I don't know if that would... What would we do, though? Can we beat Streets of Rage before they figure out how to fight again? Probably. It seems like they're completely stuck, yeah. Nor are they attacking. I could probably get a perfect loop out of this. Alright, let me peruse my own VOD. Let me go figure out this password. Yeah, I could get like an intro screen out of this. Let me see, videos tab. You just watch the silly robots dance for a second whilst I find my password. Let's see, where were we? Where's the robot that we're currently on? It's not you. There's a minute worth of ads in the way. It's fine, I got it. I'm on the case. Alright, I think I got our password. There it is. Okay, let's reset the game. Reset the game. I've obtained the password. Boot the game back up. Why do you open on this monitor? That's the wrong monitor for you to open on, dude. Okay. Password. Yes. 54B. B6B. What is that? 28? Okay, we're back where we were. We got our 290. I assume that's where we were. The eternal peace is over. It didn't even out our stats, which is... I mean, it didn't remember our stat placement, but that's totally fine. Right. I think what's probably most important are these 4. These are like the load-bearing 4 stats, for sure. Just run it. Just see what happens. So we got very low mobility at the moment. We didn't spec into mobility at all. Most of these guys, they probably have one specific weakness we could build around. But even then, this feels like the kind of game where even if you have the exact same stat spread, you could run the fight like 5 times and you'll get 5 different outcomes. Like, even if you have the quote-unquote correct setup, maybe it just works out sometimes and then doesn't work out other times. My boy was not smart enough to pull his shield up in time. Now that's an IQ issue. I didn't raise his IQ very much. Oh, interesting. That, like, hit him through the shield. Did you see that? His fuel gauge and our HP gauge are in the same place. So technically this is an even matchup right now. Every time he whiffs an attack, that's good news for us. Ideally, he keeps spending his meter fruitlessly. I didn't think I would end up being this invested. I'm so invested in this silly little game. It's a game where almost nothing happens. And yet... Nice shot. That did a lot of damage, considering we didn't put, like, any points into it. Flamethrower still hurts. Fire is hot. Somehow we have the actual life lead, or we did. We no longer do. Okay. I like where we're at, though. Our setup is mostly where we need it to be. We can tweak a few things from there. Now, what do we change here? What do we change from this? Maybe we just make you a little faster. Not too fast! Not too fast! Maybe we raise this damage. Lower your charge, because I don't need you to actually be attacking much. Maybe we make you a little bit faster. Drop your brain. Just drop brain. You're braining too much. There we go. Let's see how that goes. The robot dance loop. I should have dropped a save state so that I could get it in pixel perfect quality. Somehow he's taken 2 damage already. I guess we're just bumping him. We got the life lead and the fuel lead. I think you're right. Somebody said that the fuel gauge may only be weapons. And there may be some truth to that, because I'm not seeing it go down. I could have swore that I saw it go down from other things. Like, I think I just saw it go down from pulling the barrier up just now, but it doesn't seem to go down just normally over time. Yes, keep whiffing flamethrowers. That's my win con. I need to, yeah, just keep whiffing those. Ow. Every time you don't whiff one, it really sucks. That's a big problem for me. FL is fuel. That's your alternative win/lose condition. Whoever runs out of fuel loses, no matter who had more life. So it's really important that you have a high fuel tank stat. That way it's not you that runs out first. We've tried to minimize fuel consumption on this setup by lowering the charge stat. You see the CG gauge, that's the charge. You need your charge to be full to attack with your weapon. I tanked it on purpose so that he would not go for his claw attack as much. Because we don't want him to spend any more fuel than he has to. He's down to 4 fuel. He's got 4 pips left. He's got 3 pips left. If we eat one of these flamethrowers, we might still die. But it ain't looking too bad at the moment. Okay, he bled himself out. Excellent. Let's fucking go, dude. Progress is being made. This is such a smart boy game. This is hang on, I know now that I need to screenshot these passwords. Let me start keeping these passwords just in case we get hopelessly stuck in a corner again. All right. New opponent. Yeah, keep the torque. Keep the torque and the tank. Drop the defense. Don't care about defense at the moment. Now's when we pivot more into attacking. Just to see how it goes. But to do that, you need nature and ferocity. You can't do everything in this game, much as I'd like to be able to. Alright, who do we got this time? I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all, like, solution in this game. I don't know if there's just one setup that you could have that beats everyone. Unless it's the dude with, like, the homing missiles. Maybe that's your one-size-fits-all. Otherwise, it does seem like you need to adjust on a per-opponent basis. I'm getting shredded. Now, granted, this is because I lowered my defense. Yeah, he's got the Contra spread shot. Alright, we're getting lit the fuck up in this corner. It would be really easy to get this guy to spend all of his fuel. Because he's going to do it from basically full screen. As opposed to the flamethrower guy who's only going to, like, spend meter when he's close. It's increasingly seeming like the solution with our tank character is to tank. It seems more and more that aggression is not the play. This is more a character that goes for the fuel out strat. As much as I want to head-acidly run in and just claw them to death, that doesn't seem like how this character is meant to be played. So how about... yeah, it could also just be that it's what you do with a melee character. So you pump these up. Drop these a little bit. And then raise the scanner, maybe? Something like that. It seems like max defense is just the smart thing to do. And yeah, look, he has max out charge. He's gonna be shooting so fast. All we gotta do then is make sure that our health gauge stays higher than his fuel gauge. That shouldn't be that hard. Yeah, every, like, ranged weapon I've seen, they just shoot it immediately at round start. As long as my boy keeps blocking these bullets, victory is assured. As long as he gets that barrier up in time, we're chilling. We have a pretty substantial lead here. I find it very funny that this is the strat. Every time we try to do things, it doesn't work out. When we try to do the least, it works out better. Try to do as little as possible. Literally just sit there. Just sit there and they'll run out of fuel and then you win. Despite this, we also have the life lead, which is very funny. We got him with bump combat damage. Huge. Well, in that case, I don't feel the need to adjust our build much, but maybe we raise... Maybe we put it into... Nah, I'd rather put it into Dex for the turn speed. These bottom stats don't matter to us a whole lot. Scanner does seem important. Charge speed, we can absolutely tank, because we're not trying to spend our fuel on the claw. Destructive is fine. Maybe we leave those how that is. Something like that, yeah. This might be the play. At least with this character. Had we picked a character with a ranged weapon, we would obviously try and build around shooting it more. Oh, a new arena? It's this guy, it's the orb! The Orbs of Doom. It's a hot jam. Turn that up a little bit. This guy has no defense whatsoever from the looks of it. Okay, we're clearly not going to make this guy run out of fuel because he doesn't spend it much. This will be a guy that we have to, like, rush down and actually kill from the looks of it. Yeah, we're spending more fuel, I guess, just from pulling a barrier up. Hard to say. Every time we hit him, though, the damage is quite nice. But we don't have any charge speed. So we can't use the claw very much. So we need to, if we lose this one, we just raise our charge speed some more. That way we can claw him to death. It would be a pretty easy fix, I think. That being said, we do still have the life lead as is. Yeah, the orb seems really good, because it's probably going to hit somebody. I mean, it's gonna at some point it's just gonna it's gonna fly into them, not on purpose, but on accident. It's more intense than the music we started with. It's hard to be more intense than Thunder Force, but I kind of agree. That's pretty nice damage. We would need to bump him a few more times to win. Fuel is a problem. We have maxed out fuel, but we have to pull the barrier up so much because the orbs are just flying around. So, like, we're losing a lot of fuel by shielding. Oh, we wouldn't have to hit him that many times. There we go. He's on lethal. Just gotta nudge him real quick. Maybe one more. Can you just tap him? There you go. You got there. First try. Doesn't that mean we get bonus points? Nice. We get 10 more points for that. In theory, then, if you win first try against everybody, it just snowballs out of control and you end up, like, way ahead. I think we just put this into charge speed. I don't think we adjust anything, except maybe this, and then go further into charge speed. That way you can attack more. You know, just in case you have to. I did not take a note of that password. I probably should have. Dynamo! He looks pretty cool. Right, this is the laser guy. The laser did not seem hugely effective. Bump me at your own peril, friend! Only one of us can win the bump wars, and it won't be you. Yeah, rush his ass down. This is for sure a good matchup for us. Yeah. For whatever reason, they maxed out, like, their aggression, but they don't have the torque to survive bumping. So, they're just bumping and losing. You can't have a bump build without max torque. It's not gonna work. I mean, this is a foregone conclusion. We just gotta they just need to bump a few more times and we're good. Okay. I think we've stumbled upon like the optimal build for what we got for this particular robot. I think we've stumbled upon like the god strat. It's taken a lot of experimentation to get there though. Now I think you raise charge speed. Like, this setup right here seems to be about ideal for this particular bot. Now, if we had a guy with a ranged weapon, we'd probably be raising these. Probably at the cost of, like, durability and shield. If we had, like, the missile guy, like, this would be maxed out. Charge would be maxed out. The last one! There's only one left! It's the guy that we tried earlier. It's the guy with the sword. Yeah. Luge? Logu? Nobody knows. So it's a melee fight then. Sizing each other up. Yeah, I don't know if there's like a boss fight or if it's simply defeat everyone.
Get ready.
Yesterquest, thank you for the follow. Either this one rolls credits, or there's like another guy afterwards. Both of them seem to have maxed out torque. The bumping is lowering the life bars at the exact same rate. Both of them have the same torque. There we go, that's a big hit. Ooh. It looks like we've built the same robot, pretty much. We've built them pretty much the same. He's up by like 1 pip. This is the kind of bumpage that we needed to see earlier. Oh, that does a lot through the shield. Okay. Probably not going to win this attempt, but that's fine. I honestly don't think we need to adjust much. We could probably run it back with our exact same setup if we lose this one, and then just see if it goes better. I guess we could make our boy smarter. If he's smarter, he'll probably put his barrier up faster, and maybe that'll save some damage. Unless it's a barrier-piercing sword. But I have a feeling it's not. Let's drop some of this. Drop some of that. Let's make you a little bit smarter. We'll give that a go. Yeah, they have the exact same torque. HP goes down at the exact same speed while bumping. An even match. Nice. Yeah, looks like that hits through the barrier sometimes. Maybe we do need to make our boy use his claw more. Maybe that's the... Maybe it's gotta be a slugfest for real. Making it a torque fest would be a little dangerous, though, because that puts us in, like, sword range. I think we gotta raise, drop the, like, thinking and the IQ, raise nature and ferocity instead. Maybe the path to victory here is just using the claw more. So in that case, let's drop speed a little bit. Let's raise these. Charge is fine. Maybe drop scanner a bit. You need more damage. So put like 11 points into damage. I can't believe it's taken almost 3 hours to go through this, like, 12 opponent ladder. Now, granted, we did start from the beginning a few times. No, if we lower our speed too much, we won't be able to get out of the way of his sword. You need at least a little bit, that way you can just passively walk out of it. Yeah, like, we might not have been able to walk out of that one. There's a balance that we gotta strike here. I can't believe that hit. That hitbox is crazy. Yes, yes it is, Spam Senpai. It is a completely auto-battle game. But I think that's what's so compelling to me about it. Because this could have easily been manual control, and it would probably make it a much easier game, too. Something about it playing... Oh, yes, we got him! Something about it being completely automatic is very neat. We got there. I should probably write this password down. That seems important. Let me save all the passwords I get. Hey, there we go. With certain robots, for sure, it would be trivially easy to have manual control. If you had the homing missile robot, it would be a trivially easy game. Or like the guy with the freeze ray. If we had the freeze ray guy, you could just loop them until they die. So it probably has to be this way. I think the password that we got is supposed to unlock 2v2 mode, which is like a completely separate ladder. I think there's supposed to be a password for manual control as well. It would require a second controller? I would have to map it to player 2 inputs? I think the password we got unlocks 2v2. Let's have a look-see. It's Beyblade, but robots. I guess that's kind of true. You just let them rip, yeah. I would love to play some Beyblade games. At some point, I had Beyblade for the PS1. It's extraordinarily dank. I'm sure if you've seen it, you're well aware, but it's one of the dankest games I've ever seen. The Beyblade fighting game for the DS was awesome. I would love to play that a second time. Yeah, I saw that. Like, somebody linked that to me, Pete. It looked really cool. I think we're stuck. I think we're trapped, lads. The buttons do nothing. You got me. You got me. I'm trapped on the end. You're trapped in ending jail. Get up and reset your console, you fool. Alright, fair enough. It's a good tune, I agree. Ah! That's the wrong emulator. No. That's BizHawk. I don't need you for this. Open this one. Here we go. Let's see if that password unlocks 2v2. If not, we may have to procure the password ourselves via nefarious means. What's my opinion of Outlive? I've seen it, I haven't played it, so I don't have much of a grasp on how it plays. 7FF BB BB4B. So true. Aha! Here we go. Super battle mode. We've unlocked the 2v2. By beating the game, it gives you a password to unlock the 2v2. Yes, I'm going back in. Hang on, it's time to cheese it. Hang on, it's time for cheap shit. Where is he? Is it you? Which one? Who's Missile Man? I think it's you, right? I think it's Pulsar. I think you're the guy. I think this is the fucko that has homing missiles. Here I go. What does homing missile? What does Missile Man need? Homing Missile Man needs... He needs a maxed out fuel tank, I'll tell you that for free. You probably don't need these, because you're going to be shooting from full screen. You need these for sure, you need better charge. You probably don't need dex and shield. Torque is a complete non-issue, ideally. Something like this, you probably need no nature at all. I don't want you anywhere near your opponents. We don't have many points to work with at the moment. That seems good. Is this the missile build? Something like this? Ah, hell, I gotta do both. Yeah, it's 2v2 with the same robot. You don't pick two different ones. Okay, that's the spread shot guy. So this is just gonna be a full screen, like, shootout. Let's see how 2v2 looks. Yes, dude! Light him up! It's gonna be so much more of a mess with 2v2. It's gonna be easier to land hits like this, but fuel consumption will be a big problem for sure. Because they're going to be spending a lot of fuel. We're getting nudged to death. Atomic Robo Kid, yeah, kinda. This is a completely automatic game. We don't control what's happening here. This is an auto battler. It's very charming, too. I think that they have the life lead right now. But I think if we can get past Steven spread shot, I think we'll be home free. One of them is close to death. Surely once it's 2v1 it gets much easier. Alright, one's down. Surely there's no way you can beat the two of us. Wait, he might though. He's kind of nasty with it. Box him in! We got there. Let's fucking go. Teamwork makes the dream work, baby. He got jumped. Save these passwords as we go. I mean, I got no problem doing the 2v2 bracket. That's fine. We can run again. Right. Let's see. Ferocity, kind of ho-hum on ferocity. Need a bigger fuel tank and need faster charge speed. Maybe destructive instead. Something like that. Well, we're trying to lower nature because when nature is lower, they stay away from the enemy, and that's kind of what we want. We just want them to shoot missiles from full screen. On the other hand, maybe that's also a factor in how frequently they shoot the missiles, though. It's kind of hard to say. Gapson. I don't remember what Gapson did. Oh, your orbs! He's Orbs McGee, that's right. Yeah, sandwich them. Put them in the box. I guess we're already in a box. Never mind. Don't mind me. Unsurprisingly, being able to fill the screen with homing missiles is quite nice. Who would have thought? Got orbed. We don't have enough torque to tank these kind of melee attacks. Surely if we raise our speed but lower our nature and, like, ferocity, surely they just try to stay full screen or some shit. Alright, we got him. There's no way you can beat the two of us. We got him! We got you in the box, brother! I got you for 3 minutes! Alright, we got him. This game is awesome. 10 out of 10 game. I've fallen in love with Super Metal Crusher. Yeah, every time they fire vertically, it shoots 2, but when they fire horizontally, it shoots 1. I have no idea why that would be, but that seems to be the case. Raise your speed, I think. Let's try to make them faster. Don't need to build them exactly the same, but something like that. Make it a Gamba game. There is a CPU mode. If you want to do some, like, CPU gambling, we could do that. I guess it's all CPU gambling in the grand scheme of things, but presumably the CPU versus CPU mode, it just uses, like, some kind of baked-in stats that we don't adjust. That way we have less of an effect on the outcome, which would make it more suitable for chat gambling. Let's get through the ladder first. We could do some of that. I don't think it's going to be hard to work our way through the 2v2 ladder like this. Now, I've only been playing this game for about 3 hours, so I'm not I'm not really qualified to make this call, but it seems to me that the homing missiles are by far the best weapon in the game. The melee attacks are very good because they hit several times for big damage. The next thing we need to raise is probably torque, because we're getting nudged a lot. And it makes sense that we're getting nudged a lot, because there's less room on the screen to, like, avoid them. With 4 robots on the screen, you're gonna bump into somebody, so you really just, you need torque to survive all the bumpage. It makes sense. Two people are out of HP. They're on Magic Pixel pretty much. Needs friendly fire. I don't think you're making this comeback, friend. I don't think you got it in you. All right. This is going great. Look at all these bonus points we're getting, too. Surely we can just snowball that into more wins if we get 10 more points to work with every round. Oh, maybe it's not... Hang on, practice mode? I don't know if practice... Maybe it's not CPU mode. Well, we'll take a look after we're done anyway. Maybe we just run it with, like... we just pick 2 without adjusting stats, and we just let them go at it. I think it's torque. I think we need torque because we're gonna get bumped a lot. I think torque is a priority upgrade. Whew. No. Torque. There we go. It's gonna be hard not to get bumped when there's 4 robots on the screen, so... Which guy was this? Denver. My nemesis. Spiritual sequel to this might be a cool coding project. There might already be something like that. For every kind of game that you can think of, it probably already exists on itch.io. We are taking a lot of damage, and that's primarily because we have no points in our defense right now. But we need to play... I would love to play more games that have, like... that kind of automatic kind of a vibe. Like, we gotta play Carnage Heart at some point. Here's the problem with playing Carnage Heart. I'm an idiot. I'm very stupid. Carnage Heart is a game for smart boys, and I'm not a smart boy. But I'd be willing to tank that and learn how to play it, because the concept is very interesting to me. And then there's, what the fuck was it? There's another one, it's called, like, Auto Palladium or something on, like, I think it's also a PC Engine game, actually. Carnage Heart is a whole series of games. I think there's, like, 3 of them. I think there's another one called, like, Hyper Wars, also for the PC. I think most of these fucking, like, Auto Battler type games are for the PC Engine, now that I think about it. We simply must get around to them at some point. Now we need to raise defense. Because we're getting hit harder. Probably not shield, probably just durability. You know what? I think you 5 and 5 it. You can find Carnage Heart programs online when you get tired of being dumb. Copy them. I quite enjoy being dumb. That's the thing. I'm full-time stupid. Do you know how, like, wondrous... Do you know how wondrous and whimsical the world is when you're, like, stupid? It's so much more fun. The Forrest Gump build. The Hyper Wars cover art, yeah. Now, I'd be willing to, like, brute force the menus for Hyper Wars, because I think it's got a bunch of Japanese text in it, but I think it's a PC Engine CD game, and there's, like, Japanese unsubtitled dialogue for the cutscenes, as was, you know, pretty normal at the time. So, like, no amount of pointing my phone at the screen is gonna be able to figure out what's going on in the game because of that. By the way, we're just kind of steamrolling the 2v2 ladder. This has turned into like a yap sesh. It's turned into a yap sesh while we shoot missiles at people. The undisputed top tier of this video game. Installed Duolingo. I wouldn't survive, I don't think. The only way that I see missiles losing in 2v2, the only way I see this character losing is if somehow they barrier enough of the missiles that I run out of fuel before they run out of HP. That's like the only way I foresee this plan not working. So I think maybe we go destructive just to max out damage. Max out the tank, the charge. You have 9 points to spend from somewhere. I don't know from where. Put it into torque, I guess. They're not built symmetrically. That's okay. Now, 2 of these sword guys on the screen at once is a big problem. It's gonna be much harder to get away from sword attacks when there's 2 of them. Yeah, we're getting lit the fuck up, dude. Melee might be good in 2v2. It's much harder to get away. Hang on, I'm getting my ass beat. There you go, lame them out. Cowardice. You need to be cowards. That's more like it. Keep doing that. Ow. Melee is still a problem for sure. Now ideally they just hide in they hide on the opposite end of the holes in the ground, shooting missiles while outside of sword range, but that's kind of a pipe dream. There's simply not enough room on the screen to do that. So this will probably be the first thing we have to adjust our tactics for. That's alright, we cleared like half of the ladder without losing a round, so we have a lot of bonus points to work with. Alright, let's try to raise our defenses. Like, I just need both of you to be slightly tankier. Not even like a lot. Not even a ton. Just a little bit. This seems like the kind of fight where if we just run it, it'll play out completely differently. Put something on the side while this is going. That would be really hard to do. Hang on, why is one of them half dead already? Especially since I think Mednafen overlaps inputs, or like... I think it accepts input in the background. Not that it accepts any inputs right now. Hang on, we're kind of killing it. Hang on a second. Subway Surfers footage. I've never figured out why Subway Surfers was such a meme. I've seen what it looks like, but I'm not sure why it would tickle the brain if you were like particularly ADHD. I guess it's because I'm not that. Is it the music? Okay, we're in a decent situation right now. Don't you dare approach him. You stay a mile away and shoot missiles, please. There you go, there you go. Lame him out. Oh my god, he just ran in. He's a fool. My son is so stupid. That's okay. That's fine. Well, we know that we don't really need to adjust anything. Like, we're fine where we are. We just need it to play out better. Like, literally just run it back. Don't even mess with anything. A lot of damage on that guy. Okay, I'm getting melted. That's what we want. More of that, just shooting missiles from full screen. Now, I guess if we extend the attack range, they probably do it from farther out. That's probably a wise thing to spend points on. Yeah, let's do that. Let's raise the range on it. Maybe they'll do it from full screen like they're supposed to. Attack range at 25. Maybe it's the scanner that has to be raised then. Drop the fuel tank a bit. I don't see us dying to running out of fuel here. There's probably somebody in the chat room right now that's huffing and puffing that I have very asymmetrical robots. Uh-oh, don't get boxed in the corner. Wait, nice dodges. Could I convince you to shoot more missiles, please? Oh, this is bad. This is a problem. Darkfang wants a frog race. It doesn't look like this one's gonna work out very well. Having them asymmetrical could probably be helpful. The question is if they would be able to coordinate their unique strengths in any meaningful way. Cash Mambo! Thank you for the tier 1. Alright, we got a frog race to do. Give me back to the stat screen. Alright, mute this, press this button. Place your bets. I had other games on the docket today, and I've gotten so sidetracked by by this game. I've gotten so sidetracked by it. It's one of those streams where I accidentally fall in love with the first game on the docket. Then we just don't get anywhere. Beautiful Toad's got it again. He is on like a 2-race winning streak. Alright, we got 63% on 2-time champ, Beautiful Toad. 14% on the Con, 12 on VHS, 11 on Lord Tricky Round Hands. Best of luck, everyone. Okay, it's even so far. Frog number 1, getting closer to the line. Beautiful Toad wins it again. The winning streak continues. You can't stop this frog. He's crazy. Yeah, how does he do it? We can't get rid of this guy. All right. Pay it out. He keeps going. Yeah, max speed. Beautiful Toad's got the speed build. Pay it out. 423,000 new yen given to 11 lucky winners. Congratulations, all 11 of you. My condolences, everyone else. Mine's first time chatter. Did you just get here and you immediately, like, won the frog race? That's really funny. Hooray, cat, who dat? Thank you for the raid. Huh? Base God Dio. Hang on, they're beating my ass? I'm getting my ass beat, hang on. Thank you for the raid, Dio. Mysteria Cat, thank you for the raid. I'm gonna give y'all another frog race, everybody that just got here from the raid. Hang on, there's like a... Yeah, there's Queen Bee match, thank you for the raid. I'm giving you another frog race. Just for that, just for the quadruple raid, you're getting a frog race free of charge. Place your bets. Yeah, I had a feeling. I heard that Raycat had 2 Gamba streams. That game is so good. Gamble with your friends. I had such a good time with that game. I hope you all did too. Thank you all for the raids. We're in the middle of robot auto battling, but we've gotten sidetracked by the frog race. Board games? I see. I do love a board game. There will be more board games on this show soon enough. Alright, 69% on Beautiful Toad. This frog has won 3 races in a row. Can he win a 4th one? Is it possible? Let's find out. Best of luck, everyone. Hang on. Frog number 2 with a pretty significant lead goes to the line. Doesn't quite get there. Beautiful Toad still wins! I can't believe it. It's the craziest winning streak I've ever seen. I've never seen this. I've never seen this happen before. I've never seen a winning streak quite like this. Pay it out to Beautiful Toad. He's done it again. 683,000 new yen given to 13 lucky winners. Congratulations, all 13 of you. My condolences, everyone else. That's crazy. All right. Where were we? Back to robot auto battling. We're playing Super Metal Crusher for the PC Engine. A game in which the only interactivity is this stat screen. We need to allocate our stats so that we win the battle. Now, what do we need? We probably just need more...
Fantasy Zone. Get ready.
Mysteria Cat, thank you for the follow. We probably need more... Well, better questions. What do we need less of? Maybe drop the scanner a bit. Give ourselves more torque, because there's going to be bumping. This one already has a huge torque. Maybe don't mess with this one at all. Cyan Grey Fox has redeemed a poem. Alright, before we do this battle, let's hear some wise words from my friend Stampede.
Hey Stampede, how about a poem?
It is satin, not glossy. Smooth to touch and slightly sparkly. It is black and sometimes chipped, but it's mostly majestic and deeply divine. This skin absorbs light, cuts color, and flattens the sunlight's bold blades with folds of the blackest of blackest anti-bright cold-soaked rust-choked primer. The never-done unpaint.
So true, Stampede, thank you. I think he just tried to sell me something. I think that's what happened. I think he tried to sell me, like, car paint? I have no idea. We could try making them asymmetrical, yeah. Would I buy it? Would I buy Stampede's Never Done Unpaint? Yeah, probably. Mostly out of respect for Greg Eagles. Okay, this is good. We're battering them in the corner with missiles. One of them is pretty low on HP. If we could keep bullying that one, that would be nice. We're getting hit by a lot of swords. Never mind. Hang on, I'm getting lit up like a Christmas tree. We're already down a robot. It's not looking good, lads. Sword character is very good in the 2v2 format. We can make a boy that's a bit slower, but a bit smarter, and see if he just kind of shoots rockets from full screen instead. That might be the way. Alright, back to the drawing board. Let's leave this one how he is. And then this guy, let's tank the speed a bit. And then let's make him, like, smarter. Let's go like this. Give you slightly less charge, slightly more of this. I need you to be smarter so that you, like, attack more. We'll give that a shot. Making them tankier is kind of... is tricky against this weapon type in particular, because the sword, it doesn't seem like it's gonna matter how much defense we have. Even at maximum defense, the sword does a shit ton. It seems to be more a matter of trying to avoid it than to block it. But given that that's not really possible with how much room there is on the screen, you might be onto something. What I would like our missile bots to do is just fire from full screen. And then whenever they're not full screen, they retreat back to full screen. But I don't think there's a way... I don't think there's a way to stat out their... stats to make them do that. It does make sense to me to have low nature, that way they try to get away more. So I think on probably both of them we want like 0 nature. Maybe drop the torque a bit in favor of more defense. And you probably don't need all this nature. Drop some more of your speed in favor of like maximum... something like this. That's true, wait, what? There's definitely a subset of frog race betters that bet within the last 5 seconds. They see what the frog race odds are, and then they bet on the darkest horse. So, like, they don't win often, but every time they win, it's a lot. The odds snipers. It's a good, I mean, it's a good trick. I would probably do the same thing. You're at sub 500k. Honestly, Lamau broke ass. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I was just kidding. Okay, we got a chance here. We just need to not get hit by a sword. Put a pipe bomb in his mailbox. I need you to not take a sword. You cannot afford to take a sword right now. Yeah, there you go. Just put a missile out there. We got it. Okay. I think it gets easier from here. The melee characters are going to be the problem. The melee characters are kind of an issue when there's less room to avoid them because there's just more bodies on screen. I would like you to be fast. We can have the other guy stay slow. We can have a slower boy. But if you're gonna be slow, you need like maximum damage output, so raise your destructive. Maybe lower your torque a bit because I'd rather you just not get hit. Max out your charge, destructive, and your attack range. That way we have a faster boy that can be annoying and then a slower boy that ideally stays full screen shooting rockets, while the other two go after my fast boy. Maybe that's the strat? Which guy was this? I think this was Steven Spread Shot, right? No, you're that guy. You're the bouncy shot guy. Yes, Bobby Boomerang. My slow guy does not know how to stay full screen shooting missiles. He's trying to rush them down with no mobility. Have you ever pissed off a turtle before? And they just kind of slowly walk at you, then they headbutt you. Life is about even. Bouncy shot is kind of nice to have in 2v2. There's a much higher chance you'll hit something. It wasn't hugely helpful in 1v1, but here it seems like it's pretty good. Still it's anyone's game, it's about even. I am running into fuel problems here. I haven't maxed out my fuel tank. I did leave some points unspent for fuel. So this would be a very easy fix. If there was friendly fire, I'd be cooked, I think. So many of these missiles would hit me. We have the life lead, but fuel is becoming a scary situation here. Not that much fuel left. So if they keep blocking these rockets, that's not going to be good. Okay, we got one. There should be no way you can win this. There we go. And we get bonus points? I guess we have to spend it on our fuel tank. Screenshot that password. I guess we gotta spend this on our fuel tank now that that's becoming more of a issue. It hadn't been a problem up until now. There we go. Who's more valuable? I think that the slow guy has been somewhat of a liability, if only because he's been trying to, like, approach. Maybe it's because he has ferocity. Maybe I drop your ferocity, and maybe you stay out. Maybe we raise your thinking more instead. Maybe we drop this, and we raise your other defenses instead. We do something like this, maybe. Maybe lower your scanner a bit to max out your tank. Something like that. Ah, this was Billy Boomerang. What's up, Raycat? You're witnessing an auto-battler. We cleared the 1v1 mode, and it gave us a password for 2v2 mode. So we have the two, we have the ones with the tank treads, we got the blue ones shooting missiles. They don't seem to be doing very well against Billy Boomerang. Being slow against Billy Boomerang might not be helpful. They don't seem to have much defense, though. Every time the missiles do connect, it does a lot of damage. Yeah, last time we had them run out of fuel. One of them is almost dead. You'll have a good one, Darkfang. I hope your work day is pleasant at least. Thank you for tuning in. There's two of you. Surely the two of you. There you go. There you go. Have one of them. Have one of you can just block, and then the other one shoots missiles. It's so simple. Just jump him. Hang on, it's kind of effective. Now he could easily win this 1v2 because both of my remaining robots have very low HP. This is by no means assured. Alright, he's one tapped at least. He's on 1 HP. You just need to touch him. Just shoot one. There you go. Yes! We got there. This game is awesome. Screen cap. Password. Okay. I think even our slow boy needs to be faster than he currently is. He doesn't need to be like fast, but he's like immobile. That's not ideal. This guy is fine, and I think what we give him is more defense. We try and max out his like defenses like this. Slow boy needs a little bit more speed. Maybe like 3 to each. And then you probably also need more shielding, more defense like that. I'm happy with this. 3 opponents left in the 2v2 ladder. It's the Crab Claw. Yeah, we tanked nature on purpose because having low nature is supposed to make them run away. But it doesn't seem that effective. This is what we want. We want them to be full screen shooting missiles. Even with low nature, though, sometimes they run in. Maybe I need to also have ferocity at 0 for them to be a complete coward. Maybe I tank both of them and raise their, like, IQ instead. Maybe that's the play. To get them to actually zone the way that we want them to zone. Now, the wall in the middle of this stage poses an interesting problem. Coolest joke! Thank you for the raid. Yeah, the missiles in the middle are an issue. Or the wall in the middle is an issue for my missiles, rather. They just kind of doink into them. The 360 on that missile. Alright, we're almost down a robot. We have the higher total life, but being down 1v2 is going to be a big problem. Like, he's going to get jumped. But if he's getting jumped, at least that means the wall shouldn't get in the way of the missiles. So maybe that's, like, accidentally a good thing. He can shoot missiles in peace without them being interrupted, although he doesn't seem brave enough to fire missiles most of the time. There you go, more of that, please. He can do it, he can do it. He's got a substantial life lead over their combined total. He just needs to lock in. Don't get trapped in the corner. You can figure this out. There you go, he bumped himself to death. We're up. Oh my god, it hit him through the shield. And we got the fuel lead. Footsie. I think Footsie's bot had, I don't think either of them has nature at the moment. We should probably try and tank their ferocity, too, to get them to, like, run away. I think both of them have 0 nature right now. I could be wrong. He's trying to get me to run out of fuel by baiting me into shooting missiles that won't connect. There you go. Now all you gotta do is bump him. That works too. Excellent. That looked bleak for a while, and then somehow it just worked out. So I think what we do, I think we tank ferocity, and then instead, well, I think you need more damage. You max out your damage, and then maybe we make you a little smarter. Something like this. I probably don't want you to have any ferocity either. You need maxed out torque and everything, because you're the one that I would prefer be soaking up the damage. IQ of 20, yeah. Footsie's 12 nature, no ferocity. Gerald. This was the guy that had the straight missile as opposed to the homing missile. Straight missile might actually be better for this map, to be honest. Less likely to hit the wall. There's a lot of nudging going on, but my torque is too high. You can't out-nudge me. Nudge me at your own peril, fool. This one looks like it'll be easy. One of them's almost down already. Okay, this should be unfumbleable. He's the way he was just spinning in circles when he was between both, just rotating like, oh shit, oh fuck. Excellent. How many do we got left? I think we got like one guy left. We've almost cleared the 2v2 ladder. Almost got the full clear of the video game. Unless there's a secret 3v3 mode, but I doubt it. How about you? This is the fast boy. Raise your dex, and then raise your torque a bit. And then Slow Boy, let's raise his nature a little bit. A little bit more speed. Something like that. Alright, the last one. Oh, this was the flamethrower guy, right? Fred Flamethrower? Yeah. Oh, they're both pretty fast. Now, the melee characters in 2v2 are very scary. Much harder to get away when there's two. We gotta hope that they can somehow zone him out. Because every time we get hit by that flamethrower, it's really going to suck. Yes, nudge them! I mean, if we could get them to drain their fuel, that'd be good too. Look at the fuel consumption on that first robot of theirs. If they bleed themselves out, that's still a win. His fuel gauge is already half empty. They have the definite life lead, though. This could be bad. I think it'll be okay. Their first one is gonna die to being... The first one's gonna die to having no fuel, and then at that point it's a 1v2. But... my second robot is mostly dead. So he's probably not gonna stick around for long in the 1v2. Frankly, this could go either way right now. Burrow's got 0 fuel. How's he walking around? There he goes. He blew himself up. Oh no. I've immediately lost a guy. It's not looking good, lads. It's not looking good. Who dares? Tepid Snake! Thank you for the raid! So many raids today. Thank you. We're playing Super Metal Crusher for the PC Engine. The word play is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence, because everything you're looking at right now is completely automatic. This game is 10 out of 10 easily, though. I'm a big fan of it. I hope your stream went well. Thank you for the 77 whole years! You Super Metal Crusher! I don't think we're gonna win this one. I don't even think we need to adjust. I don't think we need to adjust our stats at all for this. I think we literally just run it again and see if it goes better with our current setup. Once more. Adjust our luck stat, if only. Like, literally just run it back as is. The only thing I would maybe change is try to, like, raise their IQ. That way they're smart enough to barrier more, right? Maybe if they just put up their barriers more, we don't die to all these flamethrowers. But what would that be at the cost of? All of my stats are load-bearing. That's not true. Some of them are definitely not. Got the life lead, at least for now. Their front robot is once more spending a shit ton of fuel. They don't have the same stats. Their robots are also not symmetrical, clearly, because they consume their fuel at wildly different speeds. If, when the first one dies, both of my robots are still in good shape, I think we win for sure. If one of them is very near death, they could easily just make it a 1v1 real fast. And then in that situation, we probably lose. Never mind, we've taken a lot of damage before securing that kill. It's not looking fantastic, I admit. He's dead, but at what cost? We've incurred a lot of damage in the meantime. You can't go for bumps right now. Bumps do not favor you at all. You have to somehow land like 1,000,000 missiles without taking any damage. I don't know if that's possible. Both of those missiles hit separately, which is nice. I don't know about this comeback. I don't see this. I don't see... Yeah. Alright, let's see here. They are getting bumped a lot, so having higher torque would be a pretty big deal right now. Lower the attack range a bit. Max out the torque. Shield and durability should probably also max out. Just because this is such a close quarters kind of a combat. You already have maxed out defense. Tank nature a little bit, raise IQ more. Maybe it'll make him smart enough to use full screen missiles. Maybe. Jade versus Rasim. It had to be Flamethrower Bot. This had to be the final boss of the run, huh? This is good. There's some good zoning going on this time. I'm thankful that he shot a missile through my other robot. I'm getting flamethrowered. You know what they say about flamethrowers in video games? They're actually quite good in this one. I don't think there's a chance in hell you pull this one back. Let's try to raise their smortness. Let's try to make them smorter. Asbestos? I don't think there's an asbestos stat. It was 1991 though, so it was probably... They scrapped that. It was definitely planned. Let's make them a bit smarter. Let's kill, like, these? Because they're gonna be in such close quarters that it's not gonna matter. Let's try to just make you, like, maximum smart. Let's see what that does for us, and then you can stay the same pretty much. Find the magical number sequence that helps. Landing a missile immediately is nice. Getting flamethrowered immediately not as nice. Hang on, there's some decent footsies going on. Oh, wait, good damage. Now the problem is we have to win via death by 1,000 cuts. Whereas if they land like 2 good flamethrowers, we die. Nice. Bait it out. Nudging favors us, I believe. I think both of my robots have maxed out torque right now. All the bumping favors us, I believe. Unless they also have maxed out torque. Now, if we can secure this kill, one of them is very close to death. If we could secure this kill, it would be massive. On the other hand, one of my robots is having a bit of a fuel crisis. We've got a fuel situation on the left robot. He must be shooting more. Okay, we got the kill. 1v2 situation. What will they do with it? He seems content to dance at the top of the screen. I don't blame him. Bumping is good here. Oh, baited the flamethrower and punish? The actual, like, whiff punish? Player 1 life lead. My first robot is running out of fuel rapidly. I don't think he's gonna die to running out of HP. There you go. If you stagger your missiles, he can't block all of them. It's not possible to put 2 barriers up that fast. There you go. Hit him from behind. Now, he has pretty low fuel, too, so the possibility of him running out of fuel is also in play. If he has to burn his fuel chasing after one bot... Alright, now this is scary, because this is my slow robot that's left. He might just get flamethrowered and die. Two HP apiece. What happened to the sound redeems? They've been turned off since January. I didn't get rid of them or anything. They're just off. I've been quite enjoying not having 1,000 voices in my ear. I may yet turn them back on at some point. I believe we've just cleared the 2v2 ladder. Hey, there we go. Alright, we cleared both modes. We'll put the password in. I missed the skeleton. Actually, you know what's pretty exciting? Because we have to play Concept Saga soon. There's probably a new skeleton. Like Voice Bite. We could probably get another skeleton. Well, I mean, we'd have to turn them back on at that point, wouldn't we? A 10v10 mode? they'd be rubbing elbows together in the arena. There's no room. You'd have to max out your torque. There's no way to not bump into dudes. We have to check out the practice mode to see if it's possible to, like, just, like, watch a match that we can gamble on. Hang on, does the pause key pause on Mednafin? Oh, it does. Okay, that's good. In that case, we can definitely just gamble on some. Is it that soon? Yeah, Concept the 1st. Maybe on Monday we'll start up Concept Saga. That's probably going to take all week. That's probably going to be the only thing we're able to do that week. Let's put in this password, see if it does anything. Let's put in this password. It's July 30th, not June. Let's see. What is this password? FFBA. I don't know what this does. That puts us where we were. It doesn't look like it gives us anything new. It's still 2v2? I don't know, it might just be a game clear password in some way. Okay, well, let's check out the practice mode. And see if it lets us, like, just pick 2 people to go at it. Maybe we can do a little bit of chat gamba. Practice mode? Do I get to pick? Maybe not. The password era was the best, yeah. I do get to pick! Cool. In that case, we'll go Logue versus the other guy with the sword. Even stats? Completely even stats. I'm not adjusting the stats. Here we go. I've paused it. I can start a prediction on these two. Let me see. I haven't had to manually do a prediction in a long time. Let's see. Start prediction. Choose your frog? No. Choose your robot. Here we go. Kill 2 of these. I can't spell. Your money's for frogs only. I understand. There you go. The chat room is now betting. Hang on, I should probably put this music on. Wait, where's the Metal Saga? Where's the Metal Saga Frog Race theme? There we go. That's true. Next time I hit the Frog Race button, it's gonna start up like the wrong prediction. Let's go racism. You can't say that. That is kind of his name, though. Alright, you got about 10 more seconds on the bet. VOD viewers have no grasp of how much time is left in this prediction. All right. The bets are in. It's fun, right when the song stopped, too. All right. Have at it, you. I've unpaused it. I've unpaused it? There we go. A whole lot of nothing happening. Look at them go! What's better than this? Hang on. Oh, they've engaged! I can't believe it! Yeah, they're on default stats. I left it on everything is default. This is what it's all about. Shambling about. It's not about attacking, it's about threatening to attack. Oh my god, they traded? Wait, that was kind of sick. It's going to your local wrestling match. They could draw. What if they run out of fuel at like the exact same time? First one's got a little bit of a fuel lead. Alright, we might have to adjust their stats a bit to be smarter. But we need to adjust their stats symmetrically in the interest of fairness. Oh, he's nudging! Dump all stats except for aggression. I feel like that would make it really funny. They would just do nothing, probably. Wurgle, thank you for the 28 whole years. All right. Robot 1 wins via fuel drain. Choose outcome. Pay it out to robot number 1. That feels wrong. That feels strange and weird. Let's queue up 2 more. No, this absolutely cannot be like a normal redeem. That would be an absolute disaster to set that up. Back to practice mode. Tell you what, though, since the practice mode lets us pick opponents, we should do 2v2. We should be doing 2v2 Gamba. That way it's more chaotic. Here we go. Maybe just drop a save state, like right there. 2v2 practice, here we go. This was Billy Boomerang. Maybe we go Billy Boomerang versus Steven Spreadshot. Maybe we do these two. Let's see. 300 max. Does this let me do this? It's just enough to do all 20s. Oh god, I'd have to do it. I have to do it 4 times. This is a disaster! Only ferocity and torque. Let's do it this way first. And then we can do the meme build. Only ferocity and torque would be extremely funny if they're just bumping into each other. Sometimes when I press right, it presses right twice, for reasons I cannot possibly fathom. That's okay. And then we gotta do one more. It's a logistical nightmare. Alright. Start it like that. Pause it. Start a new prediction. Here we go. Thankfully it remembered. Choose your robot. Changed names. Baig versus Demiris. Start prediction. Set up a macro. That'd be nice. Put on more goofy-ass Metal Saga music. What do they do? The one on the left is Billy Boomerang, and the one on the right is Steven Spreadshot. Both of them have a pretty high chance of hitting each other diagonally, which is why I put them against each other. Was Spreadshot Marble? Was it? Which one is this then? Oh, this was the bouncy shot, right? Well, same diff then. The bouncy shot is also going to be like really easy to hit somebody with. I like that the song lasts for exactly the length of that bit. All right, run it. I've unpaused it. Or have I? Unpause. There you go. Oh, they're nudging! A lot of damage being dealt already. A lot of nudging. He's in the nudge blender. A lot of damage on Robot 1 and Robot 4. Uh-oh. One of them's halfway dead. But the fuel consumption on side 1 is much higher if it comes to that. Look at them scurrying, yeah. The bouncy shots are pretty effective here, but so is the boomerang. They're very content to nudge. Lots of... Oh, what a bouncy shot! Side 1 has the life lead, but side 2 has the fuel lead. One of the robots is almost dead. It's going to get really ugly in a 1v2. This is gonna be a mess. Hang on. He can still connect from pretty much anywhere. He can shoot from anywhere and it'll hit. And they're not going for their boomerangs much. I can't believe that landed. They're trying to nudge him to death. He's almost got... Oh, the boomerang hit him twice. All right. We gotta pay it out to Baig. All right, let me pay that out. Now we gotta do some absolute meme. Paying out to Baig. You finally won one? I'm glad to hear it. Let me load that state. Just back that up to here. State 1 loaded. There we go. 2v2 practice. Who do we got? Freeze beam? Absolutely not happening. The Twinker was what? That was the laser beam? Homing missiles? That's not happening. The claw? I think this one was orb. Freeze beam versus freeze beam. I don't think we're allowed to pick the same opponent. We could do, like... Let's see, this was the laser beam. Who had the straightforward missile? It was Baxter, right? We could do, like, Dynamo versus Gerald, because they both have a straightforward fireball. That's, like, quote-unquote fair. You go, like, maximum speed, maximum ferocity. You go, like, max speed, max ferocity, max attack. Max charge. Something like that. Put the rest in torque. Yeah, you got it. Ugh. Where'd he go? Gerald, yeah. Did I put attack range on the other one? Alright, hang on. Thankfully, I was fortunate enough to put a save state. Hang on, it's impossible. Here I go. Hang on, what did I want to max out? Ferocity, speed. Ferocity, speed, torque. And then probably destructive. And then charge. I don't think we need anything else. The fuel tank doesn't need to be high. I think we do it like that. That's maximum, like... Allegedly, that's maximum aggression, yeah? If it's ferocity all the way up. Speed, torque. Speed, torque, destructive, yeah. You start with everything empty, I think, maybe? I don't know. And then where was Gerald? They have the same weapon type, so I feel like this is the most fair way to do it. I wish I could just hold the button. Alas. Yeah, wow. Cool robot. Wow. Make sure that's right. Okay. I gotta create the prediction. Stort prediction. This may be the last one we do. Alright, place your bets. Let me get the classic Metal Max 1 frog race theme for the culture. Where have you gone? Where has my beloved frog race gone? It's not in here. Where has my frog race theme? There you are. Aha! Yeah, for some reason it's like way at the bottom in the playlist. It's more gambling than the actual gambling stream. I take that as a compliment. Alright, bets are in. Run that shit. This one's for all the beans. Yeah, look, they have the same weapon type. Oh, laser beam! They're bumping! They're much faster. They're just, oh my god, it's a slugfest! This is the way to do it. Oh my god, it's a mess, dude. Hard to say who's got the lead. I guess side 1 has a definite like life lead, but that could change at any time with a few laser beams connecting. Alina, thank you for the follow. Sorry if I said that wrong. It's actually pretty even. Fuel gauges are both at about half. Life gauges are both at about half. It could not be more neck and neck right now. There is a robot pretty low on the player 2 side. Hang on, they're fighting back though. Oh, it's gonna be close. It's hard to tell. It's gonna win. Player, the first side has the life lead. One robot is down, but they don't have much fuel left. They might run out of fuel trying to kill him. Can they catch him? Can they catch him before they run out of fuel? That's the question. Oh, they did. They got him. All right. We got to pay that out to Danimo. Danimo wins. That was a pretty close one. That's definitely the way to do these. If you're gonna do gamble on this game. That was 62% of the bet was correct. So congratulations to 62% of yous. Alright, that was fun. This game is awesome. This game is awesome. I enjoyed this immensely, but we should probably get up out of here. It's rigged against player 2. That's how it is. It's how it is on this bitch of an Earth sometimes. All right, let's get up out of here. That was fun. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for sticking around. I hope you enjoyed Super Metal Crusher. I certainly did. Yeah, thanks, Dodo. I don't know what we're going to do on Friday. It might be more robots. Maybe we'll get to the other things that were on my to-do list today, but then I got sidetracked by Super Metal Crusher. Maybe it'll be that. Maybe it'll be something else. Maybe it'll be a game about the fucking stock market. Who knows? Let's go to Spider-Men's. I have to hang on. I have to dodge Deltarune. Half my following list is playing Deltarune. I can't send you to Deltarune. Yeah, go to Spider-Men's. That's a safe landing zone. Throw scoots at him. If you don't have scoots, throw rack attacks at him. I'll see you all on Friday for other assorted gamery. Thank you for watching. Until next time, bye-bye.